Well, hello. All right. So we were playing with this. I had some thoughts. Namely, that I don't like the icon thing. And if I can possibly do it, I would much prefer to layer copies of SVGs on top of one another with transparent backgrounds, you know? It's just going to make the code so much better. And I don't think, like, if these are just SVGs and they're all the same thing, I think that the performance would be the same, right? In theory. Obviously, your gut is a terrible benchmark, but if it becomes an issue, we can reevaluate it. But I really think that if I can do it, layering them on is going to be the easy way in code to build these tiles, where instead of setting it, we do like an add type thing. Making it a button, just giving it an on click, not that difficult. Highlighting it or setting it as selected, we mouse over. I forget which of those it technically is under the hood. Hovered. There's the, making it a little lighter or something like that. Shouldn't be that hard. I'm pretty sure we can do that. So, but there's another thing that also occurred to me while I was having a deep contemplate. And that is that perhaps my scroll bar woes are my own making. And I know I wanted to move past the scroll bar, but then I had this idea, and I want to kind of revisit it as a warm-up for today. Let's get this open. Get another one for our editor launcher. And I started to think that perhaps my issue with these is that the deleting the scroll is that this is set to Chrome. Perhaps that's not the correct method. So let's mess around and find out, right? We'll do it an explore. For that, we need to go to button bar. No, I lied. We need to go up here to where we create the frame. Form parent. I don't think we need this anymore. Let's just, I think that's going to give us this, right? That's what's driving that. Because this is all in its own thing, actually, so we will need that. But we did 4em on the connections, and I kind of like that. So let's just see what this gives us real quick while we're here. Yeah, a little better, I like that. And it doesn't change anything here because these guys are crap, it's a dusty, windy day today. Because these cards are in their own frame, right? So, pretty happy with this. But we need to take this out. Now, this should not make the bottom bar stick to the bottom anymore because it's not growing to push it down there. But We do this. We have no room for content at all. Interesting. Okay. Wonder why you don't grow. Is that because your overflow is set to something? No? Well, that's interesting. But this is only part of the equation. Did not expect that. But the and parent frame is this guy. This is overflow hidden. This also needs to not grow, I think. Just let it be the size of its content, right? Okay, so we still don't have our content, but that might part of that maybe. Okay, I'm very confused about the lack of visibility there. But let's just let's inspect. Actually, 0, frame 1, just a little bitty guy. Interesting. We update the frame every time we make a change because this has to get, or the frame in the edit bar sense, which is parent frame, because the buttons and title might change. Okay, well, before we panic too much, let's go to where we do the button bar here, and this is the button container. See if we can justify ourselves to the end. No, does not appear so. Okay. So, let's undo that. This, we do that. Let's see how much of this is needed. Okay. I don't think we need this to grow if this is allowed to grow. Now that this only does that, I don't think this is going to fix this, but let's just see, you know? Yeah, you still need to do that. Okay. Well, it was a thought. And we did get rid of that. Overflow, does that need to be... Do we need to do anything with that? Don't think so. Let's just get rid of that. That can stay. That cleans this up a lot. I don't know if we actually need column. We do, because we put this in, we put the button bar in, put the header in. All of this needs to be columned. So yeah. And form parent needs to be column because we put inside of it the forms. Overflow scroll, that's all good still, I think. And we have those. Okay, so I think so these changes are all limited to edit bar, the file edit bar. I should have stashed before I did that. I just got wrapped up. I'm excited to try a thing, you know? So what we can do is status. We see exactly what we expect to say. We can do git add editor, map editor, edit bar.go. That way we have that change nice and in the repo. So now, next thing to do is think about this. So there was a get this up right quick. There was a thing about SVGs in here. Is a widget maybe? No, it's an image. So we have that. It will end up in different locations on different platforms. File locations. I see. That's why they are building this in. That's why they do their icons and everything. That's why we embed them. So we can still embed. That's fine, I think. I hope. Then we open the file system, my image, etc., etc. Can I just... temporarily disable you? It is the most annoying bug. Manage extension, turn you off. There. Now Bitwarden will stop trying to say, do you want to sign in and do password things? No, it's a text field. All right. So we need to test the theory that we can overlay these, right? So let's do... Did I save? I did. Believe that these have, yeah, these have transparency on them. I did save them from my earlier explorations. Actually, I think these are the material icons too. So, but these are the SVG versions. So let's do some testing. How do I want to do this? I want to just do... I think I just want to do like a POC project here. So, close project, new project. That's fine. Let's do that. Just a little proof of concept. Here's what we're gonna do. Go away with you. We're gonna go grab the tutorials, hello world tutorial. This should be quite sufficient. Get rid of all that. Put this in. This, that. Go mod tidy. And then this. Oh, I did one too many. Not the point of sale. POC. Okay. I think that's done. So this should give us a hello world. All right. Oh, gosh, it's so bright. But that's actually, we're going to need that. Watch out, flashbang. We're going to need that because these are dark. And for a proof concept, that's fine, right? So, theming is going to be a future us problem. We will need to, now that we have that, do concepts image, not widgets image. Oh my gosh, it's in alphabetical order. There. I'm blind. I'm blind today. And you know what? Maybe always. You never know, right? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get left and right. Copy both of these in. Paste. Yes. Left and right. Fantastic. Okay. They can go at the root. We're going to be super lazy. So they say to do embeds. I suspect that that's a global variable for this package, right? Go embed left.svg. Say var left fs, like so. Now we can do a new this and see they've done this. We'll do that, and then I suspect that they have done this because the it'll shrink too far or something. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll mess with it to find out. That's And then we also need to SVG like so. I need to, yeah. Okay, on there, right. But this is whatever, it's fine. So theoretically, this should now give us a nice little arrow in the middle of our, or the top left of our screen, and it doesn't. Okay, why not? We have given you, you are an image. Okay, this is log takes given error and logs it if it is non-nil. Unknown format. Why can you not? Since the image is located at given file name if in the given fs, fsys file name left so what gives? Left.svg. Is this image type is set to SVG? Okay. Let's open this in Inkscape. Flashbang. So, file, export PNG. Yes. That should have converted it, theoretically, right? And then I should have... that. And then... let's see if we still get an error. File does not exist. Oh, it's because Nope. Cancel that. Close you, not you. It's because we need to change this. Once more. With feeling. Okay. So it doesn't recognize SVGs. Why not? What the heck? Why would that be a limitation? Let's take a look again at icon. Only SVG files are supported for icons, which we're not using an icon here, right? It's just an SVG. Image for SVG. For SVG using SVG. Okay. Sure. That's on me. I should have read better. But this is why we are messing around over here, where there's no other stuff to get in the way, right? We can just play. Okay, so this is now not open new image. This is new SVG. Oh my gosh, there we go. And they've chosen to do this all in one line here, but I think we're still fine. And we can set the size still. That's fine. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that works. So we can get rid of the PNG just to keep things tidy. And we'll delete it from the file system as well, just because I don't want to accidentally use it again somewhere else. So can I now also do... I believe if I was to do this again... Let's try this. Can I... do that? Don't mess with the strings. Just do that, please. Thank you. This should still work, right? Perfect. Now, also, can I do... Can I do this? And then pull that out just like this. I can't. Okay. So, I understand this correctly. Ish, right? Okay. Now, the next question. If I put this back to left... If I call this again, it's just going to put it in over top. It'll override it and change it, right? It's my theory. And it appears that that's correct. So, what I would need to do... Let's get rid of this for now. We're done with playing with this for right now. Close without saving. We'll be back there in a minute, but... the thing I wish to do... use a canvas. But this doesn't appear to... This is for drawing things, right? I can't just set it to an SVG, I don't think. Yeah, okay. Go back to SVG. And what I want... I know there's a z-axis thing in Cogent. I've seen references to it before. Where is the question? Oh, there's that thing I was looking for the other day. A stretch. So... Um... Can I... This would probably not be a Cogent thing. This would be... a Go thing. And let's see if... Looks like the image package can do this based on this. They're using PNGs, but that shouldn't be a problem. New empty image. Draw method. So I think this is exactly what we're gonna do, or try to do, but we're the SVGs instead, right? So let's do I don't necessarily want OpenFS though. Um, can we just directly set? Let's take a look at this. read XML, so okay. Is there, so let's just go back in here. Read. Save SVG to XML. Render. Make toolbar. Okay. Init. Probably just need to read. So if we write this thing we combine to a buffer, theoretically we can give that to read. But then that just reads it, it doesn't actually put it in. Oh. Perhaps this. If we set it and then render. Let's try that. First of all, let's get a combined SVG, right? Let's get these guys commented out just for now. Up here, we're going to say that we can open a file. Okay, so right. It gives me the file. And then just panic for now, that's fine. With the error message. And then let's call it this. And then we can do this. I don't know what that is just yet. I'm just copying from the Stack Overflow for this. Decode. Let file. What do you return? What are we ignoring? Image, string, format name. Okay. That's probably fine for now. We'll want to be careful about that though, maybe. We'll also just panic the error for now. Same here. Load them up like so. And then we need to So we have two images here. I'm looking at this. We don't care about this. We want this to be at the 0, 0. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is starting point. This, we need to figure out which of the two is larger. They should be the same, but we can't. Large rectangle, because this, in this case, they want to not put them on top of each other. Okay, I see. So what we want to do is similar but a little different. We're going to want to we need to make the rectangle first. This is rectangle x0. This says image dot point. Okay, yeah, because the image has its own coordinate system within 0, 0. It's been a while since I worked with image, but it's pretty good actually. And then this can be we need max point, which is we need to max does image not really. Okay. Of bounds max x bounds dot max x, and these are unhappy because these are ints and I need that. Do I want bounds or do I want what is dx? R's width as an int. But bounds returns the rectangle. Okay. And this dx turns its width. Let me pull this up, make sure I'm doing this right. Do I want the bounds or do I want the in max point? Rectangle, so we want the max. Bet. dx returns r's width R's height. But specifically, we need to have the bounds when we create this, right? Min and max. Yeah, okay, so I think we still want to do this. Let's do this in the same order. Except for this is Y. And then this is I need to do braces, not parens. And then these are ints. There's got to be a... We don't need math.max. That's 4 floats. We just need max. I feel like I've run afoul of this before. Because it's silly to my brain that it would just be max and not live in the math package. But hey, what do I know? I know that it lives in the math package in most other languages that I've ever used, but hey, you know, we'll just do things to go by. It's fine. So, and this also needs to be, that's, okay, sure, we can give you explicit names. I'll do it because I might just copy some of this and then it'll be nicer. Nicer to read when I do. Okay, that's our new rectangle. Now we need to do new RGBA. Need to figure out this is fine because under the hood, I believe it all uses different formats that Image understands. What we need to do is, I suspect they'll talk about it here. Yeah, encode. Hopefully we can do this, but that's, you know. Let's see here. So they say, make it, we create it, and now we draw. This is you are the rectangle is going to be destination image is the new RGBA. Image rectangle. This, in this case, they've used image 1 bounds. This is going to be... Right? No. Image 1 bounds, which in their case was the first one that they did. Then R2 was their new rectangle. I'm confused now. SP2 in their case, that's their starting point too, because they wanted to offset. We don't. Draw mask with a no mask draw. You draw mask. Lines r.min in DST with SP in SRC. So start point. rmin in destination. So this should be this. This is the source, which is the left SVG. Starting point is the image point. Confused about that. Start point should just be 0, right? But here they have done yeah, okay, yeah. Here they've done 0 as well. Okay. I was right about that. And then OP for options, I'm sure. OP. Oh, compositing operator. Okay. And then SRC specifies SRC and mask. I don't know exactly what's going on there. SRC. So that should draw the first one on. Then this bounds on the right. That. Right? Theoretically. Now. No, I can't do that. I need to... In their case, they've called JPG, JPEG, encode. But I don't want that. This would be image slash. Does image not have SVG? It's going to become a big problem if it doesn't. Let's see here. This is all decode. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's a problem. GIF, JPEG, and PNG. Guess we could temporarily PNG it. And then... I guess, do we even care? It's an SVG or not? Like, they come in as SVGs. So everybody wants to go the other way around. Um... There's this library people mention that does stuff with SVGs. SVG generation. Wow, this is a big thing. Maybe we don't care about them being SVGs, right? What if we did just make it a PNG? We need a writer. What did they do over here? out. Okay, so we would just need oh, we can't do that. We need always create to writes a file, right? So why can't I does this why doesn't the buffer implement that? This person had the same question. Well, they don't know why that. The file like object. Yes. Oh, you just use a byte step buffer. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. It's because it's a pointer. This creates a pointer. And this needs to take the address of it. Wait, no. Hang on. Other way around. Right? Let's type io.writer.implement io.writer as the write method has a pointer receiver. Okay. This creates the buffer. We need to provide a pointer to the buffer. Address of. So. And we have an error, right? Yes. For now, just panic. That's fine. All right. This would then need to be that if we're going to use a PNG. That would take us back to image over here. Let's get all of this. Oops. There. We can keep those open for now. New image. They spelled it out. That's what it was. Okay. And then embed FS. This is not. It is instead. Let's actually leave this. I don't want to open the FS though. set image to, not that, buff. So we don't need to, oops. Holy cow. What did I just do here? Get too many buttons. So we don't need to do that. Oh, this takes an actual image.image, so we don't even have to do this. We can just do that. Fantastic. Now we should see both things, right? Panic image unknown format. Okay. We don't know how to code in a registered. Oh crap! This might not pull out. This might not, because we don't have SVG as a type. It doesn't know how to read them. That's problematic. So we might need to do. We have where was it? It was under icon, right? This embed a bitmap image file in an SVG file. It's kind of the other way around though, right? Hmm. It's all just SVG stuff. Hmm. Hmm. We could. The Kojin Core SVG stuff. Let's take a look at that. But this is a utility. I don't want that. I want to use it. Hmm. Hmm. So this way relies on us drawing a thing. What if we let's walk this all back. This relies upon creating a new SVG on the fly, right? Dynamically. But if we go back to this, if we do this, then we get two, right? Side by side. Done the wrong thing there. Maybe this way's better. Yeah, side by side. Okay. Can I? Do you think maybe in style? Styling order, style mobile widget, all widgets. Styles, maybe? direction, grid, gap. There is a object position. You can do that. Perhaps we do that. If we put them into frame, and then we do what do we set? If we do this, that, will it just natively drop them on top of one another? No. No, it won't. It just not display them. Actually, let me just double check. This should still have them. Yeah, okay. And they go side by side, that's fine. So, custom code by setting the style.pos position. So then I would need object position. Okay, so what if we don't do that? What if we take a look at there's a thing for styling all children. I think that's actually back on the styling multiple widgets, style all direct children, set on child, added, okay. This takes the node and then we say we should probably do, they have a switch here for the type. Again, only need that. But I want image. I don't want that either. I want SVG. Then we do a styler for that child. But I don't want border radius. I want s dot pause. Start? I don't know. No. Units.xy. Can I do position? That position thinks, okay. Hmm. Let's see. Because okay, so this automatically asserts inside here. Okay, that's good to know actually. That's a cleaner way than I've done it before. So the position now. Let's get some of this cleaned up real quick. We're looking at other things. Here we go. Style.pause position. This. Take that until we know we need it. That'll get me to this. Okay, so this is only used if the parent has custom. Okay, so that's fine. So we can put that in. And then if I just do 0, 0, what happens? Cannot use 0 on type because use that value instruct. Oh, okay. So value. That's annoying. Hmm. Same problem though. We need can do that. What happens if we do that? Not an awful lot, that's for sure. So this should make it not used anymore, right? Theoretically, we should just get them side by side again. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So... this just takes me, yeah, right to the same place. Can't use that as a value. Why wouldn't I be able to... I don't think this is going to do anything, but just for fun, let's see what happens. Yeah, let's look at this. What if I gave it a little padding here? Just so it actually... shows up. So it's there. The style of this, 256 by 256. What if I told you, just for the heck of it, to grow? Ah, okay. So. Let's do that really quick, just for that okay, I still only see one, but two core SSG frame. Let's do override style. To make you invisible. Did I? Nope, left and right. H2, H1, left, right. We did this. Hey, thanks for that subscription. Or the follow, rather. Appreciate that. That's what it was. So if we, let's try putting this in here. We'll back up to like the simplest possible attempt here. Still don't appear to be drawing over top of one another though. Oh wait, okay. It appears my debug is jank again, but for just a second there, they were toggling. So it's like they lost their transparency on their background, which is odd. Invisible for, okay, so they are there, but they're losing their transparency. Can I opacity background nil? Oops. I'm not clicking on anything. Why would you do that? Oh. Okay. That's weird. All right. Anyway. Computed actual background rendering element taking into account its background opacity, state layer, and parent actual background. is there some documentation for transparency? Why would that be? Because if we set it is that, and then you can be red. So there's red. But so if we do see there, toggle over, but then I do it again and it doesn't swap. Okay, so but we know it's there. It's just that our red style, our transparency is getting nuked. So we need to how do I is there even a way? Is this all just a fool's errand? Color, can I set opacity? Actually, hang on. Let me. Now I remember what I was. This is what I was thinking of. I just got sidetracked by, 16 other thoughts at the same time, all coming in. This will tell us if it's okay, so we don't lose our transparency. But then why? But why? Put you both in the frame, we set your position. What if can I do that? No. Okay. If I do that, just to kind of give them a little bit of an offset, what happens? Nothing. Same thing. What if I gave them more? Just for science. Okay. They don't actually have transparency. They have a background that gets calculated from the parent background. I bet because of what we saw when I started monkeying around with whatever it was, where it said in the inspector here, where we did the background, actual background, whatever the heck, actual background, right here. Computed actual background rendered for the element, taking into account its background opacity, state layer, and parent actual background. Automatically computed and should not be set manually. But I want it to be set manually. I would need, okay. Just for, I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Because I'm a rebel. Oh, well, that broke everything. It might be because, okay. I'm gonna restart that. It might be because I changed it to black so I could see the sliders. And then things got real unhappy. So, styles, actual background, that. Style, actual background. And this time, that. This isn't actually changing. This is the hex value. I don't think this is changing opacity. I think it's just changing the hex value. Okay, everything breaks. That's what happens. So, either I need to come up with a different scheme, or let's see here. I don't think I can do this. I think that's the answer. I think that's what our exploration has revealed to us, right? So either we need to build PNGs on the fly, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. Or we need to come up with a different plan. Okay, I have another idea. Because this, as it sits, is not going to work. But that might be okay. We learned a lot of things, right, in exploring this, and that is always a good thing. Close that, though, so I clearly haven't learned how to not do silly things. I want to close project and go back to the true work. Make sure you're snapped over there. Okay, so because that's not going to work, we're kind of limited to this. It's my understanding that if we use SVGs, it'll be very efficient because it'll use the same copy. And we can still load them. We can still use them as embedded like they want us to, which should be fine for cross-platform according to their documentation. The thing that we want to avoid is, okay, if you have east and west, then use this icon. Otherwise, if you only have east, use this icon. Otherwise, if you only have west, use this icon. That sucks, right? We could do it, but it'd be a mess. What we can do instead is add some stuff, I think, to our what's the word I'm looking for? To the button, right? Which will probably not be a button anymore once we do this, but that's fine. So right now, we just have a single button. But when we move away from that, we can actually make this a half and a half in the sense of its children. Now, is that going to mess with my on hover stuff? Perhaps. Is that okay? Good question. But like, it should be possible. Let's go look at the code here. Hang on 1 second. The button code. Buttons have a frame and a type. We've been using button action, which is fine and dandy. How do you know? Okay. All of that, fine and dandy. So it's all done in this in the state, the styler. Get the states hover. The okay, maker indicator is that yada yada yada. Set non-select. Okay, non-selectable. That's what we need, I think. Maybe. Wait, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Shortcut. How does it know? I wonder if it's if the children non-selectable does it just fall through to the parent being on hovered. or the states get sent to that. I guess we could test that theory as well. In fact, let's do that. Let's go back over there real quick to our VOC playground here. So instead of this, we still need our center frame. Let's just chuck all this. We know it's junk. I lied. We're going to keep some of this. We're going to check this. It's junk. We're going to keep these because we might want them, but we don't want them to be like this. Okay, we can just do the setup here. That's fine. We don't want them to be added just yet. Do that. You can be not a grow. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We won't need that either. We'll set them in. Say that you're just a minimum of 256. You are we won't need that. We won't need that. This might need to grow. Let's set them to grow for now. Like so. And here's what we're gonna do. You are now styles grid. And then columns is 2 for now. We'll have to think about the diagonal ones will get a little bit more complicated, but that's okay. Well, no. Yeah. That's fine. We'll worry about that in a second. Columns 2. So we can actually just add, we can add these to this if we do that. So this should end up with 2 side by side, right? Let's close you. Run this again. Okay, side by side as we had hoped. Not align abilities. That not the correct. Concepts, abilities. Yeah, it's not set abilities. True abilities dot hoverable. Okay, that's perfect. So, if we were then say 3, Do I want to do that? Maybe is the answer. Think about it if we wanted like an icon in the middle. So for vertical and horizontal, well, let's throw one in here real quick and see how it looks. We're in the horizontal world for, oops. Not what I want. I just want you in there. Silly. That's all out of order. Don't care. This. 3. Okay. Now, if we run that. So that would give us that. No. Or can I do that? Wouldn't really change anything. Let's take a quick look. Some of that is just, like all of that is just the SVG being the way it's designed. Okay, that's fine. We don't need to do that, I don't think. So we could do that. That would give us a way to build panes, essentially, right? And then this we could actually say, set the max to I don't want a third though. I probably want 20. 0 should be default for the height, I believe. And then you can be 60% of the overall width. Unconstrain the height. And then you are also that. Would allow us to give, yeah. So we could like build this. Like it's a little squashed and wonky here, but that's because their icons are not built for this, right? These are just general icons. So that is an approach we could take for the for the diagonal ones, we could just have We would have to build the middle afterwards, right? We would have to see, hey, do we have a diagonal connection? And then a backwards diagonal, I guess. I don't know how I'd word that, but so actually, if we have two connections, period, we just put an X in the middle. If we have one connection, then we need to know which diagonal, right? I think that's approachable in a sane way in code, right? I like that, I think. Okay, so. And then we just need to hook up our onClick to the new widget. And then this actually, let's not let you grow on the Y. And let's see if that kind of fixes our scaling a little bit. Yeah, not really. We would need to, for the, let's prototype the four-way, just because I'm worried about lining up the bits and pieces. I'm going to I don't need that. That's fine. We'll do pull in this, pull in this, pull in this, pull in this, pull in this. Because I'm only worried about the look, okay. Down left is southwest. Down right is southeast. Up left is northwest. Upright is northeast. Oh my gosh, there we go. And then not horizontal, we want cross. So then this would need to be 3 columns still. We wouldn't set rows though. This would become northwest, like so. this would become northeast arrow. This will become, and then we'll have one more. Now we'll have two more. That's fine. And then we would have one more. Why can't I remember that? This would become that. Problem we're going to have is northwest is actually going to need to call span is 2 on you. Center box is 3 on you. And then same here. So that they get put in the right places. Then we can do all that. I think it was cross, right? Yes. We'll do these with constants tied to their string name, right? So their file name. Northeast. So we got northwest, northeast. Oops. Boop, 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 boop. Arrow southeast on you. And this is southwest arrow. Open FS. Embed FS. Arrow. SVG. We're missing. Not missing, I've added. There we go. I run this. Oop. I have done something wrong here. Valid memory address. West arrow. Palms is 3. Add the northwest. Oh, this is going to be all messed up, but no, that's correct. So, northwest arrow, 2 columns. You're a single column. Then we add you. You're 3. Columns is 3. Northwest. I've done those backwards, but that shouldn't cause a panic. East, west, center, east, west. Why would that be a panic? It's all in Cogent car stuff. Well, let's put you here. You're not there. Put you up here with your dealio. Put you with your dealio. You. You. And then you. I don't think it's related to that, though. Yeah, no. Just do one. What happens if we do one? It works. That's backwards, though. Oh. Because I have... Arrow, northeast. Is that way. Oh, silly me. I do have this. West comes first, because it's on the left. And this will be the same. That wouldn't cause a panic, though. That's just, it would just be the wrong arrows. So we know we can draw one. And because I don't really want to dig through the Cogent code, we're going to caveman debug this. Okay, we can draw two. And then the middle is where things fall apart. Okay, interesting. Columns is 3. Call span is 3. Call span is 2. Call span is not set, so it's 1. My theory is that that's the part where it's breaking. Let's find out. No, it's not. Interesting. Oh, it says 74. Okay, well, yeah, it's the run main. This should be also that, but I don't think that's going to matter either. For placing it in a column, it sure shouldn't. Okay, for fun, let's take you. out. Huh. Okay. That is very bizarre. Okay. Okay, let's say what if we do that instead? Suddenly things work. We have the problem where this doesn't actually go into the middle, which is deeply, deeply annoying to me. It's a good thing we POC'd this. We would need to put spacers in all over the dang place. Not two up there though. Just one there. And one on either side of the center box. And then it would do that. We would also need to set these differently. So this could still be 20 and 0. Should not be 0. It should be 33. That this would need to be that, so that things line up math-wise, right? Something like that. Parent width isn't actually set right now, I don't think. Oh, it is. It's 256. Okay. We would probably want to do... Oh, wait. That was... That's why this shouldn't be... This should be 20. Because the middle is 60. And then with you, this probably wants to be similar proportion, right? And then let's bring in our others real quick. So these are still all 20, 20, 20. Okay, yes. And then we did 20 for the height to keep things square. We need an ugly little spacer. And then yeah, there we go. Now, assuming those things were all meant to work together, we would be totally, if they went to the edge and the scale was correct, that would be a totally reasonable way to lay out the image. Hey, Jazz, how's it going? Good to see you again. Hope your Sunday's going well. So, I think we're on to something here just conceptually. So let's go back to our actual project. We can probably close that terminal. All right, so what we would need to do for this is establish some sanity. Instead of all that hacky nonsense we had, we would need to put these into, that's button code, we don't want to do that. So we would need to get all of this into the button base. Yes. Which is fine. We could do that. But we need a struct to hold them because in the same way they've done here, because we need to have some things that hang off of this, specifically like, set to toggle on the correct icons. Pointer to a frame goes inside of you. And then want probably just that for this one. And then this will need to be redone. Let's just comment y'all out real quick here for a sec. We're going to need to do a frame and you don't have a parent yet. That's fine though. We'll also want to do Can I just put you in here like that? I can. let's do that. But also... Wait, maybe I can't. Do food values, right? Because we also need... like so. This needs to return that. She's going to break some stuff, but that's okay. Let's just actually, as a first step, we're going to put all of this back, but this is going to go into this connection. Only one return, though. You know, probably work better. So then we can come in here, new connection button. Oh, needs to be a button type, or we need let's say that you need to do that to satisfy this interface. This can now be a that. You don't implement this yet. We need to... Oh, because I went to the pool. So let's go back to has connections. For now, we'll need to change it, but that's fine. That. Why don't you... Oh, because I didn't name it. Didn't do that part. So, now, that's good. And then, temporarily... Oh, maybe I can't. We also can't add child if we make this custom struct. So this is going to be kind of disruptive. But if we did that instead. Oh, I can't make a new node. Okay, so go back to frame. But then I would have to as node? No, I can't as node. Hmm. If you're a widget instead. Oh. No, yeah, still not. Okay. So that is going to complicate things a bit. So let's back this out real quick. Back all that out. Oh, because we renamed this. Okay. So that gets us back to functional. So I would need to do this in a different way. Why is it that node is an interface? We would have to do we return a frame from here. on container, and then we wouldn't have to do the container here. Ah, we did it here because we wanted to set everything. That's fine. We can put it up there, I think. Container, you. Oh no, because we set it dynamically. That's probably fine still. We can pull these up. Oh no. Because these get set different. So with narrow height full. Oh, right. We set min and max. So this is just the same. Okay. We set min and max because we want it to be for sure always this size. We had issues with grow doing weird things. So we can pull this up. Just take a little bit of tweaking. And then we do the same thing here. This, except for you are width full, height short. And then diagonals, width narrow and height short. Frame. This needs to return container now, not button. My internet connection is so bad, feels like a third world country more and more. I don't think it's my connection. I was going to say maybe it's me, but my drop frames is pretty good right now. But bad internet is almost worse than no internet. So I sympathize with you there. Maybe it's time to bother your ISP and be like, "Hey, what's up? What gives? Why this?" Arrow, and we can get rid of this, that, frame, that. This now needs to be not a button, but a frame. It's going to break other stuff, but that's fine, I think. I hope. Actually, perhaps it won't break that much at all. Break this for sure, but that's fine. I imagine you sitting in a forest streaming. I would love to be, but I'm not currently. I am in the middle of the desert currently. But there's some trees out there. Um, this area is kind of edge of the deserty, so it's not bad. But the woods, I'm a woodland creature. I love the woods. I grew up in Alaska. Um, and the biggest thing I used to tell my friends, I lived in Utah for a while. I used to tell my friends there that I miss trees. And they would say, but we have trees. And I said, no, no. And then it was shortly after COVID, their landlord was like, hey, I'm going to sell the place you're renting. You can buy it. And they were like, no. So they loaded up and were like, all right, we're just going to find a new place to live. Not in Utah. They wanted to go try something else out. And they wound up in Oregon. And after they were there for 6 months or so, they had to come back for visiting family and stuff like that. And then they told me, they were like, we're so used to like woods and creatures and nature and everything else, and we came back to Utah and it's just nothing but billboards. And I said, now you understand what I meant when I said I miss trees. And they go, yes. Okay, so if that's now ripped off that band-aid, does my everything actually work? No. No, it does not. But it doesn't explode, so there's that. And it's because it's because I need to adjust this. It's driving me nuts. I noticed the other day that it was too low and it was like making me slouch. Um the uh the build connections, no, connection button. So we do that. New connection widget is that. The button is that. We give you back. No, we don't give you back. We used to put that container we built right here. We used to put it into the frame. We don't do that anymore. Mongoose, I need answers. Do you do indentation yourself, or is that a setting? Are you talking about when when crazy things like oh, this doesn't want to do it. Like when this gets all wonky like that, and then it goes away and it goes back like that. Or like when these get changed and the line links get all scraggly looking and it goes back like that. Okay, so we need to do this. On the left side. It is, Go format does that for me. Go has strong opinions on formatting. And the idea is that Go format is nobody's favorite format. But it makes all Go code look more or less the same, right? Which is wonderful, and I love it. Everything about it is great. Yes. There are things about it that I'm not super crazy about, but I've gotten over it and gotten used to it. And the ability to look at all Go code and not see crazy formatting that is just jarring to your brain is so incredibly valuable, I think. It's a wonderful decision on the part of the Go writers. There is a similar thing for Python. PyBlack, I think is what it's called. You run it on your code. You black your code is what they say, I think. Does similar things, has very opinionated formats, follows the PEP spec. I don't know if there's a similar thing for C#. But it would be something that gets run outside of your code itself, right? It's a tool that runs on the files. So Goland, as far as I'm aware, just invokes Go format every time you save and applies it to the file and then reloads the changes basically under the hood. I assume is how it works. And then we used to give you mw.frame, because that's map widget, right? That now should be good. The on-clicks don't work, but that's okay. We would need to just put them on the thing we put inside of here that we ultimately changed to. So instead of embedding the button, and that's going to break this down here, but I don't care. So we just comment that out temporarily. And that too. All right. It'll be mad at me. You know, all of you. Just all of you. Just be quiet for a minute. There we go. Fix the import for me, please, JetBrains. No, we're not gonna do that today. Go away. There we go. Okay. So our icon's no longer set. Our clicky no longer clicky. That's fine. We can fix clicky. But the thing about that is we'll no longer have like set icons. So we need to hang this off of struct like I was trying to do before, but maybe that's fine because we don't have to add child anymore. Maybe we can struct this now. you need to be a different struct for, yes, because you need to have, wait. We're just going to make you horizontal first. We'll start there. We'll expand from there. We'll spell it correctly, you know, for fun, because we can. You still need a frame, but then you can have bool. Probably fine for now. Might be able to generalize this a little more. That's okay. So for these, let's, instead of returning a core.frame, it's a pointer to a horizontal connection. Which won't be true in a second, but that's fine. This needs to then be, it is a frame, okay? But in fact, let's just rename you now. Connection button. Done. Then, for all of these, we need to connection button. Your frame is the container has connection. Can be set to false to start with. That's fine. That, and that makes you all happy. Now, that's in there. Clicky, still no clicky, that's fine. We say the on-click for this does this. We need to say, I think, set abilities true dot clickable. Perhaps. Still no clicky. Why no clicky? Why would you not be? This should fall through to the frame because it's anonymous. do this real quick. Line clicky. It'll tell us if it's even getting the event. It is most certainly not. Why would you not? What if we actually took the button out of horizontal? We'll start there. The button shouldn't matter anymore. We put it in there, a reference, because of we needed to like set selected and stuff like that. Set selected connection relies upon transit data, which is all doing stuff, but we know we're not hitting clicky at all. Since I removed the button, let's run it, because maybe that was intercepting my click and doing stuff. Oh, right, because that was the entire content. Right. Okay, that's fine. We just need to put in temporarily. Let's call it a new, let's do a new text. Not type text. Place me. And then all of this. I did also see my clicky events firing when I was in that area. Clicking. No clicky fires there, though. Ah, we need to set not on the parent container, which exists only to give it dimension, which I don't know if we'll need anymore, but we can easily get rid of now if we can deprecate that idea. Because we had it for buttons, because the buttons didn't want to grow without some coercing. Do I need to say that you're not clickable so that you don't fire? No clicky. Okay. But also maybe I don't care. Because that still isn't firing. like as soon as I give it a child, things get wonky. Why would that be? New connection button on click. Do I need to specifically? Yeah, it doesn't have that because it doesn't actually have a name. Oh, there was a clicky. It's just down here. Oh. Did I have it backwards? Do I need to say that this temporary text is not clickable? So it goes through to the parent, perhaps? No clicky, clicky. Okay. And that fixes our... Everything else works fine. So it's just we got to figure out... What if you're not selectable? I guess that is the flaw in my prototype. I didn't check that. Let me check the abilities again. I have it up here. Activatable, maybe? Take that out. The other thing I guess we could do that'd be hacky and awful is we could just register an on-click for the children that call the parents on-click, but that seems absolutely silly. Why you do this? Let's also move this up here just because. Let's not make you EM, let's make you display pixel. Oh, good. That's not good at all. The everything but the text though remains. Why do I tell you that you can't be clicky? This is actually a really good layout for testing though. Let's leave that. Ah, it's because this wasn't supposed to go. That's a little more sane. Okay. But I do want to put this up here. It's silly, but it'll help me to test this better. Double check here. I guess I could do them all in one, but that's fine. Disabled. That's what I want. Leg disabled. Oh, it's not that. It is. That. Turn off all its abilities and let's see what happens. Clicky, clicky. All is clicky. All is good. Love it. Okay. Except for, let's take this back out. Come back in. Except for the pointer. Okay, pointer hover. So there, something in the abilities is what's making it intercept a click. But disabled will cause a bunch of side effects that we don't want. Clickable and activatable, let's just say. Wait, I forgot to take out. No. That. Okay, that's still not it. Why can't you just tell me? Do I have to set all of the clickable abilities maybe? To false? Let's find out. Oop. I don't know what happened there, but there we go. Bum, bum, bum. Still no. Red hoverable. All right, hang on. What in the world? Let's look at, that's why I was looking at button code. I remember that now. All of this, the icon. And click on interspace. Oh, that's okay. Also on click. Just that. Set non-selectable. What is the difference between that and making it not clickable? I don't know. Seems like they should be equivalent to me, but what do I know? Yeah. That is the creature. Okay. So that can go away. Just for funds. Can I rotate text in a text widget while we play with this? I don't think so. Oh well. Anyway, so non-selectable, that's what we want. So this gets us back to everything working, and we don't need this. What we do need is our container needs to have, let me double check, the border and all that is still, yeah. So what we would need is to have like 3 make you a grid. Columns is 3, same way as we did over there in the POC land. I don't know if I need this ability. Let me just, thank you. Don't know why you didn't do that for her. Don't know if I need this, specify this or not. Let's find out the hard way. Okay, yes, I do. Fantastic. Registering an on-click handler for it is not sufficient to tell Cogent it is clickable. You have to have the ability. Okay. So, you become left arrow, space, area, frame. Frame. Let's go with frame. New frame. Container. Don't know if we need any styling, but we do need to, and I'm going to cheat a little bit here. I don't know if I want these elsewhere, but for now, we're just going to put them icons in the, nope, not there, in the map editor folder. And if we need to move them later, we can move them later. Icons, and we're going to let's open up our POC, but not in the project format. We'll just drag this file over here. Close these. We're done with them for right this second. So we were just doing new SVGs inside of the parent. That's fine. I like that approach. Just borrow past me's work. Actually, yeah, we need a styler for it. Oh my god. Units.pw, and you can be 20%. Or do we want to do... Yeah, let's do 20 for now. And then 0 for the heights, or pH, because that should default to whatever you want to be. Then we need the center, like so. That. This is 60. .ph 0 for whatever. Actually, this might want to be 100% of the height. For the max for sure. Give it a styler. Like so. And if we don't tell it to grow, well, don't tell it to grow, it should suit its icon size. Maybe that's better. We'll go with that for now. We'll have to finesse some of this when we get to the correct stage, when we get icons in there. So, that. Now, how are we going to pull this out? This needs to be that. Because connection button needs to be an interface still. Oh, that's what broke before. We can't do that. Because that was what that was my mistake before when I was trying to put stuff in, it didn't satisfy the node interface because it was a different interface. And you can't put properties inside an interface, only methods. You would have to give all of them a get frame or whatever, right? How do I want to do this? For setting them on or off. We would have to do maybe this is okay. Maybe we can do well, no, because then we need to hand back. Actually, when we do this, when we build the connections, no, it's not there. It's in connection button. If this is not a connection button, but instead this is a no, we can't do that. Frame is not an interface. Can't use node base. Widget, it could be, but could also be a frame. And the button could be not a pointer connection button, but a frame. And then you would just need to return pointer to a coordinate frame. Which you can't do because you're not actually a frame. Frame is a type, it's not an interface. What am I thinking? Widget is an interface. Because this wraps frame if horizontal returns for our widgets that's happy there. But a point or two. But then on click is broken. Because that's not part of a widget's interface. What's a button embedder type or interface? As button, okay. If I did that as frame, can't use a widget as tree.node. Node is an interface. Do that. On click still wouldn't be doable without doing it as a frame, but that's fine. That satisfies that interface. And then I just have to you can still be a frame. No, you can't. Be a node. But you can't do that because that breaks those. So we'd have to cast you to frame or convert you to frame. The connection button there, which might be okay. Then this could be a horizontal connection. You can look almost the same for now. But vertical would return. That's not. This. Like so. Then we would have to figure out what type the frame is, which we can do. Ooh, maybe we can't. Okay, maybe this is not. This is a headache is what this is. So it needs to be a frame, basically. Let's back up this stuff. So there, okay. That should be where we were working. Okay, what if we... Maybe this still works. We would just need to correct our horizontal friend here. Because... we could put the connection direction that we've used here into them, but then we would be updating that down here, which shouldn't really... The widget's updating itself, right? That is the idea. Set icons. Have the direction in there. And we could then switch on that to decide which things to do, but that gets messy. We'd have to look into each one, get its children out, like select on their name or something. We'd like this button to take care of itself. And be smart enough to just handle itself, right? So we would need to have more types. We would need to have, or not more types, more fields. We would need to have like um we could have fields that have pointers to the frames, but then We could hang methods off a connection button that just say, hey, toggle this on, and takes a cardinal direction. And then if the has connections, or I should say you have a connection direction, you have northwest frame, north frame, northeast frame, east frame, southeast frame, south frame, and southwest frame. If you were to do that, then we can have a method that lives here. Or we could do set connection icon. And then we take a cardinal direction and we say we switch on the dir. We say case direction northwest. If northwest frame is not nil, then this is where we would do our set the image stuff. And return we wouldn't need to do that. We can just do break case, and we'd have to do all of them. That's fine. We don't need a default, so we'll cover all of the directions. That would mean we don't even need the con direction. We don't care about that. Just if we have a frame for that, then we set the icon to the appropriate icon, which we'll need to set up, but that would work. And then we would also need some kind of almost midnight. Hope to see you on Friday. Have a nice day. Hey, you too. I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know if maybe you don't, maybe you can make it Mondays, but there's one more day before I go away and do other things. Thing is, we need to figure out then we need to populate the middle. Unless we do away with the idea of the middle and let just the sides. That would simplify building this. But I like the middle. So we would need to track that. Okay, that's where the direction would come in. We would have we actually don't need to export these, I don't think. Fill icon center, let's just say, and it could say switch on cb dot con direction case vertical. We fill in the center frame with, which we also need reference to fill in the center frame with the vertical icon SVG, what we really is, case horizontal if we have a connection. So then we would need to have also as connection, which is a bool. This would need to set that. We would do the same thing here. We would also then need here right diag connection, left diag connection. We'd have to track them separately. Case of, so this would be incorrect. Wait, no, yeah, that would be fine. It would be this part. This, if it has northwest, it would be left diag connection would be true. If it was north, north frame is not nil, then we would set the image. And then has connection would be true. Like so. Okay, so then we would say if CB dot has connection, and in here we would do that. In here we would do this. Here we could say diagonal if CB dot left diag connection and dot right diag connection. Then we fill in the crisscross. Get out of here. Oops. CB dot right diag connection. Then we in the right to left slash return left diag connection. Fill in the left to right slash. So we would do that. And then actually, we wouldn't even need this. Well, yeah, no. We would know as soon as we set this, wouldn't we? We'd still need the left and right, but we can get away with not having has connection, which is good because it seems silly. We would set the image and then set the we would need this one. We'd have to right diag connection true. And then if left diag connection then set the crisscross center. Otherwise, we're done. We're going to think about the case where this is easy. Vertical center SVG. We got to think about the case of this is the same for southeast, except for we set that image. This is true. We set the crisscross if left diagonal connection is true. We got to think about the other side of this, though. Where we have northwest, north. It should actually be northeast first, just for funsies, and then to kind of keep the same patterns. So northeast, north, northwest. We kind of clock around usually. This would be northwest, so this is left diag connection true. If the right diag connection, then we set the crisscross. Else we could return there. Now, this is easier to figure out to read. Otherwise, so if the right DAG is not set the left / center SVG. And then later, if we come in, we'll just change it, but that's fine. So here, else, you do set the right, north, yeah, right / no. Down / VG. This is, so we'll say up / because, you know, left to right. Because we are in the northwest, so there's a connection there. Either side, right? This needs to be clearer. This is didn't do that correctly, did I? Down /, so right or left to right down, and then this is up / like so. Okay. So if we're in the northeast, down / is true. Do that. Else we set that. And then this actually is all, if not down / connection, because if we already have that set, we've already done this. Are we back? I think maybe we're back. I think I just had an internet blip. Yep, Twitch has restarted my counter. I think I just had an internet blip. Yep, Twitch has restarted my counter. Been, my connection here has been, I think, overall faster. I feel like I drop less frames. I haven't, like, done hardcore data analytics on it, but I see a lot less drop frames, but it seems to like to cut out completely every so often here. So like when it drops hard. So that would get this out of here. But we don't want to skip this. So we set the image for the northeast. We set down slash to true. If up slash, then we set the crisscross. Otherwise, we set the down slash. This should only fire if this isn't already set. If it's set, then we've already evaluated this. Nothing has changed in our desire to have the right facing slash, right? The down slash. So it's fine. So this would be the case where you've already set it because the southeast has been added. We don't need to evaluate that. Only if it's a new addition. And the same for the other side, I think. Unless I am very, very confused, which is always possible. We would do this. And we would do this. So we got northeast, north, northwest. We want to make sure that these don't continue to evaluate. Wait, no, they'd be fine. We'd never have a case where it would matter. So northeast, north, northwest. This is just a simple one for east, east, set to horizontal, SVG. The we'd be double setting that. We'd have to put has connection back. So that we could do, we can skip this because I suspect that we're going to have to do an update at the end of all this. In fact, I know we will, right? So, actually, no, this fires as part of the update. So maybe I don't care because this update data, we update the stuff, we set the icons, and then we call update. So we only do one. Okay, yeah, so this is fine. If we're resetting this, it's not going to like redraw. I don't think we care about this. Just set it. These we still care about because we need to make sure we have the crisscross or not. So east, set the image, set the SVG. And then southeast, this becomes, put you in the wrong place. There you go. This is actually just south. We'll do southwest. Just because then I can come up here. south, set that. Vertical. And then down here at the very bottom it is west. Souths. I don't have west, right? Northeast, north, northwest, east, southeast, south, southwest, west. Okay. Horizontal, vertical, vertical. So southwest, we do that. Southwest is a down slash. So we do that. Northeast. Northeast and southwest should be the same. This is up slash. Northwest is down slash. Because it's that way. Northeast, northwest. And then southeast, that's also a down slash. No, it's up slash. Because, oh my gosh. Northeast is an up slash. Northwest is a down slash. Yes. Southeast is a down slash. Okay. South. West is an up slash. Yes. And we need to do our check. We have it on northeast and northwest. I guess because we already decided that it won't matter, we're just going to let it go. This is not redrawing, in theory. So that's fine. It can just soldier on. Okay. And then set icons just becomes we're still going to end up. We won't need that. I'm going to leave it though because I'm going to borrow them again real quick. No, we don't need that. If it's east, actually, I don't even switch. I just say, hey, dot, what did I call it? Set connection icons. Direction. Wait. We even need that? I don't think I use that anymore. Yes, because this is direction. That's what I want. And then that goes away. And that's all we have to do. You just say, hey, go through your connections, set this as appropriate, right? Right. Hopefully. All right. I'm going to commit this. And hope that I don't regret that. Like, we can back up to an old commit, but it starts to get messy, right? So, all right. So, it's been a productive day mocking and prototyping and learning and all that. We have this roughed in. We need to build the layouts for each of the respective directions because they're different, right? Put their references in places where they belong so that it can take care of itself. And then, oh, you know what? I need to fix this really quick before I forget, because otherwise oh my gosh. No, just W. Right? No. Do I not have I didn't have a I think I want this to be a map, but in fact, in a map keyed by direction. And we double check that I got this. This is northeast, north, northwest, east, southeast, south, southwest, and west. Okay. Do a quick commit. Add missing frame field for west. And switch on it correctly. If I put them in a map, then I just do a map search here, or map grab, map lookup, right? We just like frames, and then boop, and then if that's nil, then we're done. We bounce. Otherwise, we set this up, right? Okay, I like that better. And then we'll just tomorrow we'll kind of just go through the nuts and bolts of getting this all wired up this direction, I think. I also want to break these out a little bit, I think. Let me just make myself a quick note in my stuff here. No, not what I wanted, thank you. About splitting out some of the widget code from map widget file. It's getting messy. And I'm going to do that again because I always forget to do that. There we go. But that's kind of cleanup stuff, right? Which is pretty normal. We'll get this all working first. That is our main task for tomorrow, is to get this working to where we can build the visual display and have it show us our arrows, right? That is my plan. And getting that all squared away with placeholder icons is fine. I don't care about that. We'll use whatever kind of looks right-ish. Yeah. So we have all those. Yeah. Because okay. I think we're on the right path. I hope. So I'm going to go do other things now. Like maybe go to the grocery store. Anywho, I'll be back tomorrow. If you're on Twitch, you can see my schedule down below. I try to stick to that pretty much. Thank you to everybody who swung by today. It's great to have people swinging in and checking it out. Love to see you again tomorrow. And if not, hey, you have a great start of your week and rest of it too, because I will be back on Friday after Monday.